Hello and welcome to my extremely underproduced stream. Oh man. Oh, I can't go all the way around on this one? That's lame. I'm used to being able to go from 100 and then going over the top to 0 and then maybe, you know, up to 10% like I've been doing lately on the attract sound, but it didn't do it. I was at 100 and I pushed the button again and it was like, nope, 100's the max, and I'm like, oh, that's sad. Alright. Whew. Whew. I was scrambling around trying to get even just this much set up to be able to do the setup stream. I was thinking about it and I was like, oh yeah, I can just kind of like walk down there and just turn things on and it'll be fine. I don't think anybody's really expecting a whole lot, and I'm not expecting it to be, you know, real exciting or anything or nice, but in the back of my mind I knew it, but I didn't really think about how much effort just moving like the main camera and the microphone and the streaming PC from one side of the basement over to the other was going to be. And yeah, I mean that alone took half an hour just to get to this state. To where I can actually, you know, well, hopefully you can hear me. I guess I should check, right? And also be able to see me do anything. So, but here we are. So we got Gitadora, which is GuitarFreaks here on your left, and DrumMania over there on your right, and yeah. All I did was turn them on tonight, so like nothing is set up as far as what I normally do with streaming. So like, there's no capture card ready to go. There's no overhead cameras. There's nothing. It's just one camera, one mic, and the PC to get this, you know, out onto YouTube, and that's it. So you get to come with me on a little journey as I hook up a bunch of wires and hope that everything works correctly. But anyway, I didn't really think everything through all the way, I guess, and the PC is over there, and my monitor to be able to like see what's happening on the stream, and the camera's over there. The mic is over there with the PC. It's weird. I haven't like decided on anything yet as far as like where things are going to go. I already like scratched one decision. I went from having the main camera like dead on, so it was like further this way, and you know, tried to center it on the two games, but it turns out that like this pillar then like was right in the middle of DrumMania and made it kind of hard to see what was going on there. So I was just like, maybe that's not the best idea. So I moved it over here, and that's about the only decision that I've made so far. But anyway, let me go peek at the chat, which, like I said, is way the heck over here. I may rethink this. This is a little bit weird. Although I guess it's not unlike it's been lately on the pop-in streams, where I'm basically, when I'm looking at the computer and reading the chat, that I'm basically looking off frame, like I'm at the edge, like hello. But all right, let's see here. Oh, and first things first, I put on this, like, I don't know, what do you want to call this? A sweater, I guess? Because I was a little bit chilly down here, but just me running back and forth across the basement to grab all of the gear and move it over to the other side, which is probably like, I've probably made 10 trips back and forth across the basement at this point. I'm actually quite warm, so I'm going to take this off and hopefully get a little bit more comfortable. Alrighty, let's see. Okay. Oh yeah, looks like a lot of the usual suspects. Welcome back, everyone. Glad you could make it. Happy Valentine's Day to you all. And I hope that this is at least moderately entertaining, even though I probably won't be doing very much playing tonight. So this is Gitadora, which is basically the name nowadays for GuitarFreaks and DrumMania together. The individual games are still GuitarFreaks and DrumMania, but they kind of call them collectively as a unit, Gitadora, which it is still 2 cabinets, and they do operate independently if you want them to. So the GuitarFreaks cabinet is this massive monstrosity here, and then DrumMania is the slightly less massive, also still a monstrosity over in the corner back there. For those of you who aren't familiar with these games at all, we had GuitarFreaks DrumMania, like way back in the day. GuitarFreaks and DrumMania were among like the very first like Bimani series. So like when DDR and Beatmania, and Pop and Music, when all those were, you know, first debuting, GuitarFreaks and DrumMania were also coming out around that same time, so late 90s basically. And they were in different cabinets. So GuitarFreaks was in still a fairly large cabinet, but probably, I would guess, slightly smaller than the main cabinet body here. And it had optional like side speakers, but those side speakers were probably only about yay wide. So the entire thing, it's been a while since I've had one here, but I would guess that the entire GuitarFreaks cabinet with the side speakers was probably about as wide as the actual, just the main cabinet body of GuitarFreaks, of this GuitarFreaks. This is the XG style of cabinet, which I'll get to in a second. And then DrumMania was also, you know, in its own cabinet, which was again a little bit smaller than what you see over there. Amusingly, like they seem to have been created kind of independently, because GuitarFreaks came out first, and then DrumMania, and those first ones did not link together. But then they were like, oh, you know, it would be cool if we put guitars and drums together. So they did that, but through the original series, they were always one apart from each other as far as what linked together or sessioned, as they say. So, for instance, it was like GuitarFreaks 5th mix would link to DrumMania 4th mix, all the way up into the end of the original series, which was GuitarFreaks 11th and DrumMania 10th. And then they kind of rebooted it with GuitarFreaks DrumMania V. And that was probably around the same time as like DDR Supernova happened, and in fact used the same that same Python 2 hardware to do that. So that was GuitarFreaks DrumMania V through V3, and then they switched over to PC for V4 through V8, and the entire V series, they were together. So GuitarFreaks V would link with DrumMania V, and then V2 and V2, V3, V3, etc. And then after, well, actually I shouldn't say after, simultaneously, toward the very end of the V series, they released a completely refreshed GuitarFreaks DrumMania, which was GuitarFreaks XG and DrumMania XG, which was the debut of these cabinets that you see here. Gosh, what'd they get up to? I think XG3, I think, was the end of the XG series. But XG brought to the game 5 fret guitars instead of the original 3, and these effector pedals that you can see down here on the floor. The original GuitarFreaks had an effector knob on the guitar. Actually, the knob is still there, but there were no pedals. And then DrumMania added two more pads, 2 more drum pads, and another foot pedal to the mix. So they not only got bigger, but they also got arguably more difficult, or more realistic, whatever you want to, however you want to view it, I guess. But of course, the attraction of XG was they added these ridiculous side stacks, basically, on GuitarFreaks. Amusingly, the main cabinet body doesn't actually have any speakers on it at all. These what look like would be woofers down here in the bottom, there's actually nothing in here. It's just empty. So the only speakers are the woofers down in the bottom of the stacks, and then your mid-range up in the middle. I don't think there's anything up here. I think there's just lights up there. But oh, and by the way, these knobs are just for show. They don't do anything at all. In fact, you can just spin them around. They don't. Whatever. And then after the XG series, they kind of slimmed down these cabinets. So they deleted these the stacks on GuitarFreaks, and then they added, if you can see on DrumMania, I guess you can't really, yeah, the speaker here is kind of hiding behind this stack, but if you can see the speaker over here on the side of the, on the side of the marquee box, they added those same style speakers on either side of the GuitarFreaks marquee. I'm not sure if they put woofers in the bottom here. I think they might have, but then they just deleted the stacks, and on DrumMania they deleted this whole frame system that goes over the top and the back of the cabinet. They kept the stage, but they got rid of this beam system, and so that was the cabinets for a little while. And then since then they have released new cabinets that are white, and they are a little bit smaller still. GuitarFreaks went from 2-player down to 1-player, so it's a smaller monitor, smaller cabinet body, only 1 guitar instead of 2. And then DrumMania, again, they kind of shrank it a little bit. So yeah. Oh, I guess I didn't mention after what am I saying? After GuitarFreaks DrumMania XG 3, then they kind of named the series Gitadora to refer to them collectively, and then each additional, each new game is more like they've kind of adopted like the pop and music style naming, where they don't give it a number anymore. It just has, each game has a name. So it was like GuitarFreaks, Gitadora Overdrive was after Gitadora, I think. Or was that the first Gitadora? I don't remember. The one that I have here is Tri-Boost Re-Evolve. This is what came in my cabinet. There was Gitadora Tri-Boost, which was essentially the third Gitadora, and then they did kind of like a third mix plus by doing Tri-Boost Re-Evolve, and then after that was like Maddox and X-Chain, and I guess I shouldn't say they did it like Poppin'. They did it more like 2DX, where they just start making up words. What is a Maddox? I don't know. What's an X-Chain? I don't know. Is that even a real word? Probably not, but whatever. The only reason I said more like Poppin' is because Poppin' doesn't actually like feature the number anymore. I don't know why I drew a 2 in the air, but whereas I think 2DX still does refer to the number, as at least the last time I checked. I mean, it's real small, but they still acknowledge that this is 2DX 26 or 27 or whatever. Whereas Poppin', the number is nowhere to be found anymore. So, yeah. So that's just kind of an introduction to these cabinets. I know I've been talking a lot. Let me kind of look at the chat real quick here. Wire spaghetti, yeah. So I'm definitely going to... There's definitely going to be a lot of wires connecting all of this crap to make it work. Let's see. Holy crap, I did talk a long time because I'm trying to find where in the chat we all are at this point. Josh's cab looks beautiful. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Try to e-amuse. So I, very much like Poppin' originally, I've actually never had these cabinets online. So, they think they're online, but they don't actually do anything. Basically, there's a local server here in the house that just answers to say, "Hello, I'm alive," and that's so we don't get like big banners that are like e-amuse unavailable and blah blah, all this other kind of garbage that's stupid. But actually, if you try and use e-amuse, let me grab a card real quick. So the readers do work, but the server that I have running, it's only capable of saying hello. Like, that's it. So the cabinet's like hello, and the server's like hello, and that's as much as it can do. So like if I actually try and sign in with the card, yeah, it'll be like no. So I don't remember what exactly that error says, but it is basically like doesn't work. So I might since it was kind of interesting seeing the online stuff for Poppin' Music, I might look into getting things online for this, but no promises. I don't know. I don't even know what's out there that will make it work. So there you have it. And Yeah, so the answer as far as so SeaWorld fan is asking if the lights are only pink. The answer, yeah, Josh, you got it exactly. Every game has its own like theme color, and Tri-Boost Re-Evolve happens to be pink, so everything will be pink in the what do you call? What is this called? In track mode. If I go into the operator menu here, you can actually see. So they're actually RGB LEDs that light these suckers up. So you can see it can control every light individually, red, green, or blue, and of course by mixing red, green, and blue you can make any color you want. These top spotlights, however, are just red and blue. And the red ones are only red, and the blue ones are only blue. So like they don't change colors at all. But yeah, the rest of them can do whatever you want. So for instance, like I said, Tri-Boost Re-Evolve is pink. I think Maddox is blue. X-Chain is yellow, I think. Yellow or orange. Gold. It's gold. I guess is what I'll say, because I think Overdrive was yellow, like bright yellow. The original XG was red, which I have never gotten that running yet, so I would love to see it though. But perhaps I'll figure it out. Anyway, let's go back to the game mode. Dang, that's a big Gitadora cabinet. Bigger than the one. So, yeah, actually, you are correct. It is freaking enormous. And, actually, let me... Where's my phone? I was going to try and use my phone as a portable web camera, which I've done sometimes in the past. So that I can kind of like show you detail of some things here. Do. Come on, work with me here. I had intended to get this set up before the stream, but like I said, I was kind of like rushing around getting everything, trying to get everything going, and this part didn't quite make it. But why? Hey, there we go. Okay, so you can kind of see what, oh wow, that, sorry, it's kind of choppy. My Wi-Fi's a little bit trashed down here in the basement. But anyway, you can kind of see what I'm dealing with already, and what I had set up. So we've got over here. Here's the PC that I'm working with, and there's the microphone. You can see my sweater on the stairs where I threw it just earlier, a little bit earlier. But yeah, I had to bring the PC over here, and the mic, and this monitor, and then over here we've got the camera, which I've got like power running to from the bar, and then there's a HDMI cable that runs along over here to get back to the PC, and I haven't dressed any of my cables yet, so they're all like super ugly looking, and I'm probably gonna trip over them like I just did. But before I get everything like set and ready to go for the real streaming, I'll get everything like straightened out and taped down with gaff tape and make it a little bit nicer for me to not kill myself as I try and move around in here. But anyway, I was responding to the comment about this being huge, so you can kind of see this whole thing from one end, like here, you know, all the way across Guitar Freaks to the other end of DrumMania is 14 feet across. And hey, for a change, since I'm standing right here, let's do the conversion. So I guess what, meters is probably the most reasonable thing. So yeah, like 4.25 meters across this thing. This came up for sale. Gosh, have I had this 2 years now or 3? 2 or 3 years. I'd have to look to remember. I think it's only been 2 years actually that I've had this, but I could be wrong. Time flies. Anyway, this came up for sale, and I kept thinking about, like, I wanted it because I think it's really cool looking, you know, with all of the lights, and y'all know I love lights. But at the time, I had old DrumMania, but and I did not have Guitar Freaks because I didn't really like Guitar Freaks that much. So I wasn't really like super excited about the games so much. But so I kept I kept like talking myself out of getting this. And I think I turned it down 3 or 4 times and eventually like nobody else was buying it, so the seller, you know, unfortunately when it came from Japan, it didn't the monitors were both dead, so the seller offered me a discount to just take it, so I did. So when I finally decided, okay, let's do this, I tried one last time to like come up with a reason not to, and I was like, all right, can you give me the measurements of this thing again? And he did, and I was like, okay, like I can get it all the way. I have room all the way across, but I've referred to this this beam, this bulkhead in my basement before, that runs the entire length of the basement. Inside here is a steel beam that holds the house up, so it can't really be removed or moved. And so here's the thing: I was like, but it brings the height of the ceiling down about a foot. That's about 30 centimeters. P.S. And so I was like, "What's the height again of the side speakers?" And basically, I have like, whoa, dropping my phone. Sorry about that. I have, like, not even 2 fingers worth of clearance in here. Not even 1 finger worth of clearance, actually, under this bulkhead for the top speaker, or for the side speakers. And then if you look at the if you look at the marquee, I had to ask what the distance of the top spotlight was from the inside of the marquee box, because there's a little bit of an overlap there too. So again, like, almost no clearance there. I mean, that, you can see how it literally just barely fits under there. And I was like, well, shit. I guess it'll fit. So I guess I better buy this thing. So yeah, that's my story. Dumb stories. I guess you get dumb stories even on the setup stream. Okay. Here we are, half an hour in, and I have done nothing except talk to you guys. But hey, that's okay. It'll make it more fun. Let's see. Ristar, did you see the animation you posted in the last Pop-In Streams comment section? I did not actually see it. Let me go look. That's weird. I don't know why. It said there were 4 comments, but it was only showing one of them. Oh, I'm looking at it now. I wish the alarm was that pleasant, because it definitely isn't. Wait, are you gonna do it? Is it gonna do it? I'm scared. Oh my gosh. That's fantastic. I love it. Let me let y'all let me put a like on that, because I do. Thumbs up. Excellent. I'm adding a comment. I LOL'd. Live. Alright. Should I'm dumb. I should put this into the stream, cause why wouldn't I? I am so far behind on the chat, aren't I? Oh well. Sorry. That's what I'm gonna say about that. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Or I guess it can be. Can I? No. Hi, I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, I do, but I'm not good at it. All right. This is it, y'all. It's too much. I love it. Okay, let's see. Glitch, do you much prefer the XG cabinets compared to the newer white Gitadora cabinets? I agree. I feel like this era, the like late 2000s, so like 2008ish, 2009ish, whatever, was like peak cabinet for Konami. Like we got the XG cabinets, we got those sweet DDR X cabinets, the ones with the LED light spires on the side. Those are beautiful. Those are my favorite of the DDR cabinets. What else did we get? I mean, other stuff too. New games, U-Beat, whatever. I mean, which is also a pretty cool cabinet. Anyway, I don't know. I feel like the cabinets that have come out since that time are less exciting for some reason. You know, like the white DDR cabinets, they're fine, but they're nothing special. Like, they're not really cool to look at. I guess Dance Rush. Dance Rush Stardom. That's a pretty nice looking cabinet. I guess, like, it's a matter of taste. If you like the gold DDR cabinets, personally, I don't. I think they're kind of gaudy, but they're of course just, you know, reskinned Dance Rush cabinets, so they're at least nice in that way. But I don't know. I don't care for the overall design is fine. I just think the gold on gold is kind of dull looking. It just looks. There's not a lot of because it's just gold on gold on gold on gold on gold. Like, it's hard to see the detail, and it just kind of looks plain. Because there's nothing to really break it up, in my opinion. And then the corner lights that they put on the stage that are just white, I don't know. It looks unfinished to me. Like, something about it just, it's not my taste. But oh man, this is super dark. So first thing I should do here is get a light. So let me do that. For those of you who have not seen these for the last many streams anyway, I've got these these pretty pretty plain lights, nothing real exciting, but it just helps brighten things up quite a bit so that everything looks a little bit nicer on camera. Ooh. Is that, yeah, that's a little bit better. I'll probably end up with another light over here at some point, but that helps some at least. Okay. Holy moly. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on on the chat. This is so ridiculous. It's especially funny because I like scroll down to what appears to be the end of the chat, and then it's like, here's some more for you, and I'm like, oh, okay. Hey, Restart, you know, I do have, I've been thinking about like starting up a Discord. I mean, I'm on Discord already for other people, but I was thinking about starting up a Discord for these streams. I'm kind of, I have slightly mixed feelings about it, since I've kind of decided, like, to just make YouTube home, mostly out of convenience. I know a lot of people like Twitch, and that's fine. I actually was, when I first started, when I was first going to start streaming, I actually was going to do Mixer, and then, of course, they shut down, and I was just like, well, I guess I'm glad I didn't start that. But anyway, since I've kind of made a home here on YouTube, I kind of like just having, you know, all the chat in YouTube, as opposed to, you know, from a whole bunch of different places. And I'm too lazy to, you know, do restream and stream to a bunch of different platforms all at once. Yeah. So, I'm a little bit not worried, but I don't necessarily want to open up yet another, like, avenue to, another avenue in Discord, for people to chat in on stream. Not because I don't mind it. It just makes it a little bit more difficult to manage and make sure that the chat is, you know, captured, and also that I know what's going on. I know that there's services that like bring it all into one, and that could be useful. And then of course there will be a whole bunch of like new nicknames that I have to learn, and I'm already terrible at it anyway. But anyway, but I think it would also be nice to have a place where I can send out messages and just let y'all know what's going on. So, for instance, you know, those times when I haven't streamed in like a week, I can at least kind of pop a message in and be like, here's why, you know, something happened. Anyway, yeah, I might think about that over time. Oh man, I am so far behind. You're talking. Regen says, yeah, it's still technically TDX 28 Bistrover, where I was talking about the game's either having or not having numbers, which feels like was probably 25 minutes ago. Um, but okay, so a lot of people are saying, SeaWorld, you should create a Discord. Ristar, a Discord server would be amazing. Okay, I'll look into it. I'll try and figure out what the best way to do that will be. What again, like, the problem isn't doing it, it's just how do I integrate it with everything and make everything as seamless as possible. That's really what I'm going for. So, all right. You lie, you miss old Bimani with gritty and stuff that looked all the metal. Now it's generic anime stuff. Is it? I don't know. It's so funny to me because I am not up on. I'm pretty far behind on most games anyway. So, like, me being the age that I am, you know, my prime playing time was like the 2000s, so like 2000 to 2010, and the last 10 years, like 2010 forward, I have been like playing progressively less and less of these games in general, and yeah, which again, I've said this before, has made these streams kind of fun for me because it's given me like a reason to kind of get back into them. So let's see. Termazi's here. Hello. Ian. So the answer to your question, Ian, it's not even that. You're asking if I'm doing a DNS spoof. The answer is not even that exciting. It's literally just changing the configuration file to point it somewhere else. You know that server that you're looking for? Look here instead. That's all it is. Oh, that error says network is busy. Please try again later. Okay, well, now we know. Oh, so, you're right. So Termazi's right. I do have a Discord server. There's a, I don't know what you want to call it, a group, a club, a thing called Indie DDR, which I started, oh man, 21 years ago. I guess not. I guess it's 20 years ago. I started it in like January of 2001. Really initially just as a way of like publicly posting pictures that I was taking when the group that I was playing DDR with would get together every week. I'd take a bunch of pictures and everybody was like, can we see these pictures? And I was like, sure. And like, this was pre-Facebook, this was pre most social media, anything. So like, I just started a website, well actually just a web page at the time, and and just like threw the pictures there and created a real simple index so people could kind of like page through them and see them. And that was the beginning of, you know, kind of our local area DDR club. And eventually had a full-fledged website with, you know, an online forum. Remember those? A bunch you probably don't. And that kind of stuff. But it still exists. I mean, if you want to go to Indie DDR, like indyddr.com, it's still there. but it hasn't been updated or changed in, I don't know, 6 or 8 years, a long time. The forum still works, although I've turned off registrations a while ago because the only thing that was ever registering was spam bots. So, and there's probably, we peaked out at probably, you know, a couple of hundred active users in the like early to mid 2000s. But at this point, there's maybe 4 or 6 active users, of which I'm not even one. I log in maybe once every 2 or 3 months at this point. So yeah, it was suggested to me that like Discord is the new hotness, and so I started a Discord for IndieDDR, and it gets used some. It is, I would say, slightly more active than the forum is at this point, which is not that active, but you know, it's there. But yeah, if I was going to do something for these streams, I would probably create a separate server, or I guess I could just create a channel on IndieDDR. Like, it is mine. I could do that if I felt like it. I don't know. Tell me what you think. It would be fun to hack up something to hook up a 573 and play old DrumMania or GF. So actually, there is a project that that has already been completed that backported all of the old songs into the new engine, so you can play them. So there really isn't any. There's no necessity for an old GuitarFreaks or DrumMania cabinet. I mean, obviously, if you're playing the old content in these cabinets, you're going to have 2 fret buttons that don't do that never get used, and you're going to have 2 drum pads and a pedal that never get used. But, like, the rest of it is basically the same. So, if all it is that, I mean, if you want to see the old themes and all that stuff, yes, you would need to, you know, get an old cabinet or run the old games. But if you just want to play the songs, well, actually, quite a few of the songs actually did get brought into the newer games by Konami, and a lot of them actually got new charts to add, you know, the new buttons and the new drums. But even the ones that didn't, like I said, there is a project out there that has brought them in. So you can do that if you want. So if you just want to play the songs, you can. Okay, let's see. That plush looks like it would be fine in a fire. I don't know what plush we were talking about. Oh, did I create like the hyperspace warp, what do you call effect? Essentially like video feedback by pointing my my camera at the screen. Sorry about that. Everybody's live. What year was this mix release? Actually, wait, was I think Tri-Boost was 2016, and then Tri-Boost Re-Evolve was 2017, I believe. Anyway, the date code on here is 2017, although I don't know if Re-Evolve actually started in 2016 and then the last update was 2017. That could be, but we're in the right we're in the right zone there for sure. Let's see. Harold, could you do a full tour of your room sometime? You'd love to see. Actually, there's a video of it. If you look on my channel, there's a video called "Quick Tour of the Basement," I think, and I just do a quick, like, fly through, if you will, and show all the cabinets that are down here. So, I would do it right now, but it's kind of a mess down here. I'm trying to, like, skip along. Because every time I get to what looks like the end of the chat, it just jumps ahead. So I'm sorry if I'm not like answering every single question right now, but I'm gonna try and skip ahead a little bit to catch up. Does this machine have the same error as Poppin'? It does not, as far as I know. I've certainly never heard it. I've gotten the error screen. The error screen looks the same, but it doesn't. It is not accompanied by a sound. Paul, how much did it cost? It is very large. Greetings from Peru. Well, hello from Peru, and I actually ended up paying $3,000 for this set, which was, I thought, a pretty darn good deal, actually. That wasn't each. That was for all of it together. But then I did have to, like, find some monitors and install them. These cabinets, that's the one bummer about... I was saying, like, this era of cabinets were kind of, like, the cool ones, in my opinion, for, like, the design of the cabinets. But, unfortunately, Konami used 37-inch monitors on this and the black DDRX cabinets as well. And those monitors aren't... That size is just not made anymore. So... if you're trying to get a matching size, you're basically buying something from that time, which of course is now, 10 plus years old. In my case, I ended up finding two matching 37-inch televisions from a surplus store that were listed on eBay, and I decased them. So basically, you took all of the plastic stuff off of them and got them mounted in the cabinets. I built these mounts and I made it work. It was real interesting actually because they are mounted like right up against the front glass. So there's like a very thin foam layer around the clear window part, So the screen actually is like resting up on that foam. That's how close it is. So I had to build like a mount that would get it, you know, right up in there. Since the decased TVs that I used did not have even remotely the same like mounting points that the original monitors that Konami used did, because they weren't intended to be mounted that way. So yeah, but made it work. So a lot of new faces tonight. Yeah, I've noticed. There's, like, I recognize most all of you, but there are definitely a few folks that I don't remember seeing before here in the chat. So welcome. You have joined what is perhaps a more boring stream, but perhaps interesting. Oh, Ristar's out. Bye! The dog plush with the coffee mug. Oh! I didn't realize that got shown, but yeah, I do have. It is the this is fine dog. His mug says this is fine. I thought it was cute, so I got it. This is fine. I also have my mascot for the year 2020, the dumpster fire. I like cute things. I like dumb cute things. All right. Quick 2DX question: is your 2DX cab only PS2? It is not. I have the I have the what do you call the I have the Twinkle system unit in there, which will play first style all the way up through. Termazi will probably help me out with this. What was through 8th style, I guess, and then I have a PC that plays 9th style through whatever Sinobuzz was, with 24, I think it was, and then Cannonballers, I think was 25. That changed to a new I/O board, which I do not have. So 24 is the end of the line for me, at least, unless I buy some new stuff, which I'm not likely to do because I like 2DX fine, but there's so much of the 25 games that I can play that I have never played that I will be fine on new to me content, probably for the rest of my life. So having the newer games is not that important to me. If I want to play them, I will go to round 1. Which I want to say I've played Cannonballers like once or twice, maybe, and then what was after Cannonballers? Whatever the one after that was, I think I've played once or twice, and then I haven't played anything. Like the current one, Beast River, I haven't played. The one before that, whatever it was, Lawnmower, I don't think I've played. Yeah. Who's calling? It's my dad. Hello, Dad. I am in a stream right now.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. I've heard that it's supposed to be a snowpocalypse. Yes.
Okay,
Bye. um. Let's see. The white cabs are more expensive. I mean, they're more expensive because they're new. That's really the only reason. I am not sure. I would be very interested to know what the new price was of the XG cabinets versus the new price of the white cabinets. I would guess that the white cabinets are actually lower priced. If not, the only reason they wouldn't be, they would be like inflation, I guess. But yeah, I think certainly comparing my price of 3,000 to anything is unfair. Like, I got these way cheaper than they should have been. Certainly way cheaper than they normally would be. I believe these cabinets, brand new, were in the $15,000 to $20,000 range each. So, yeah. Too rich for my blood. No. Yeah, so, answering Ian's question, the original monitors were also LCDs, and so are these. To my knowledge, the largest, at least commonly available, widescreen CRT that I ever saw was a 34. So 37. I don't know that 37 was ever a CRT size. And answering Glitch's question, how is the sync? It's about the same. Quite honestly, the original monitors weren't that great either. So, I would say, gosh, I measured it. I measured it when I got them, and I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head. But they were the original monitors. I think were kind of slow, in the 30 to 40 millisecond range, and these are probably maybe 5 to 10 milliseconds slower than the originals. But mostly that's just because they're old. Like, monitors have gotten a lot faster in the last 10 years. And like I said, these cabinets are from the late 2000s, so like 2008-ish, I think. All right. Twinkle is 1 through 8. Hey, I was right. Yay. Rootage was after Cannonballers, then Heroic Verst, then Beast River. Okay, so I have played Cannonballers.
99% sure I've played Cannonballers, but probably only once or twice. I think I've played Rootage, maybe only once. I have not played Heroic Verse. I've not played Beast River. I don't even think I've seen them in person. Heroic Verse or Beast River. Like, I have not been to an arcade since those games. That's how long it's been. Yeah, so 2DX Lawnmower is a super, super old joke, actually. I think that joke's been around since, like, 14, like DJ Trooper, or like, like Gold or DJ Troopers era. a joke being about how dumb the names were getting, basically. And hey, we're at 20 viewers, which actually reminds me, the last stream was the first time that I had more than 20. We topped out at 21, apparently. So, thanks everyone. I appreciate it. And let's see. Snowpocalypse in Indy. Yeah. So apparently they're calling for up to 10 inches of snow, which for you metric folks, which is, you know, most of you. I love making fun of the fact that America is like the one holdout that doesn't use the metric system, right? But yeah, that's like 25.5 centimeters, basically. A lot of damn snow. Actually, that reminds me of another dumb story. I think this is just going to be the dumb story stream. Like, I'm not even actually going to get anything done, is how this is feeling right now. But, anyway, before this stream, I was trying to get my snowblower working, because we're supposed to get a ton of snow, and I'm old and I don't like shoveling anymore. Well, I never liked shoveling, but now it actually hurts. So I was going to try and get my snowblower working, but put a new spark plug in it, and I was going to change the oil, and I got some fresh fuel, and it won't start. I don't know what's going on with it. So it's been a few years since I've used it. Yeah, bummer. And then, like, right before this stream, I ended up spending a bunch of money. I bought myself a new pair of shoes. These shoes actually are my, like, designated inside shoes. So if I want to, being Asian, or at least Phasian, I'm fake Asian. That you know, I grew up taking my shoes off when you come in the house. So, you know, I've got some shelves at the entry of the house. You know, come inside, take your shoes off, put them on the shelf. But there are times when I'm, you know, working around in the house, and when I'm down here in the basement, you know, especially if I'm playing dance games or whatever, that I want to wear shoes. So I have a pair of shoes that are my inside shoes, and these are they, as it were. But they're getting worn out, actually. Here, if you can see, the soles have worn almost smooth on the toe part and the heel part. The center, of course, you know, where my basically non-existent arches. I have really flat feet, by the way. Is still okay, but yeah, these are getting pretty worn, even though they've only been used inside. And actually, the toes, I can start to see there's like a small little hole in the tip of both shoes, like where my big toe is, where I'm just starting to be able to see like my sock coming through. So I ordered myself a new pair of shoes. I ordered a new toilet, of all things. There's a toilet in our guest bathroom. It's okay, but
It could be better. So I got a new toilet. I actually I replaced the toilet in the main bedroom where Belinda and I are about 5 years ago, and I got a Japanese toilet, a Toto, and it's been awesome. Like, never clogs, works, just works. And so I'm making the decision to get another one of those for the guest bathroom. And what else did I get? Oh yeah, and I got some. I ordered some oil for my car. So yeah. Woo. But yeah, we're supposed to get tons of snow over the next couple of days, so that'll be a thing. Has it started snowing? I haven't looked out a window in a couple of hours. Winter's definitely your favorite season. So, I also like winter. I remember, I don't think I have it anymore, but I remember making a big poster for Spanish class, and it was what, mi estación favorita es el infierno, or I guess favorito, right? So my favorite season is winter, and it had, pictures of winter and stuff on it. So, I don't know why that is in my brain. Yeah, I think winter's always been my favorite season too. Like, I like it, but man, I can't. The cold is. I love snow, but cold is I don't enjoy. I don't enjoy the cold anymore at all. Although I guess I prefer cold. I sort of prefer too cold to too hot, because I always say, it's like, if it's too cold, you can always put more clothes on, but if it's too hot, eventually you're standing around naked and you're still too hot. And then what do you do? So, I don't know. Were these $30K each? That's rough. That, I don't even... I would definitely not own them at that price. Just saying. The cabinet is so deep. It actually isn't that deep. Where's my tape measure? So, Ian, I think you think it's deep because of the angle that I have the camera at. These, so these side speakers are separate. I mean, they're not connected to the main cabinet body, first of all. And I have them tipped in at an angle, so that it kind of, fires the sound at the player a little bit, rather than straight out. So it makes it look deeper than it is at this angle. But the cabinet, front to back, at the widest, or at the deepest point, which is like right here, is actually only about 2 feet. So 24 inches. 60 centimeters. ish. So no, there actually is not enough room. I don't think there would be enough room for a CRT in here. And on DrumMania, the DrumMania cabinet, the actual like monitor part is actually only, it is less than 8 inches deep. So there's definitely no room for a CRT in there at all. All right. Brian, did you ever make a DIY controller for stuff like 2DX or a fighting game? I did not, really. I have all of the buttons. I was going to make myself a controller for the game The Bishi Bashi, but I've never gotten around to it. Which, Bishi Bashi uses, like, pop-in style buttons, so big ones. But, yeah, no, I've, since, like, in general, I'm always trying to acquire the cabinets of the games that I want to play. I have not, I haven't had much, like, reason to build my own controllers for anything. Yeah. Toilet stream. Toilet spaghetti. Whew. You're sitting on a toilet right now? Are you tweeting? I feel like I don't know. That was the joke when Twitter was new, right? You gotta have the toilet tweet, where you tweet from the toilet. Isn't there a double door right next to you, or is that blocked by arcade machines now? There is no double door here. The patio door is the back wall. This is the side wall. So the stairs to come down to the basement are that way. So if you're coming down the stairs, DrumMania is the first thing that you see at the base of the stairs. So that's this wall. What you can see up here, there's a little like window well up there. But that's not a door. So no, these cabinets are not blocking anything. There's a toilet restaurant where you eat in toilet bowls. That is hilarious. Slightly gross, but I love it. All right, I have finally caught up with the with the end of the chat. Just for demonstration purposes, before I start like tearing stuff down, now that we're an hour and a half into this, man. So if I thought it took a ridiculously long time to set these things up anyway, I guess doing it on stream just makes it even slower. But that's okay, because it's nice to have you all along. I would love it if, you know, once the pandemic is over, to actually like invite friends over again and just be like, hey, we can, you know, chat while we're working on stuff. But anyway, I'm gonna play one game just so you can kind of see like what all these things do.
Let's see. What can we play? Oh, I should play a poppin' song, so... Since we were just on poppin', right? So, just an FYI, I am okay at DrumMania and decidedly mediocre at GuitarFreaks. If you thought I was only okay at Poppin', I'm probably worse at both of these games. That is not what I wanted to do. But I guess that's what I'm doing. All of these pedals, but you can see like the lights. Anyway, you can see like the lights react to like the different bonuses and the different things that are going on in the game. I was gonna say like these effector pedals turn on different effects, very much like 2DX, where you've got like echo and reverb and all that kind of stuff, but they aren't actually like required in the game ever. So it just makes it sound different. You don't get any points for it. It doesn't make you do it ever. It's just you can if you want to. Hey, Murmur Twins. Hey, I'm bad at this.
absolutely atrocious. One thing that I've always found about Guitar Freaks, which is different from Guitar Hero, is that like Guitar Hero, if you miss a sound, it makes kind of that weird like clicking sound, or you get nothing. Guitar Freaks, I always feel like it chooses the most dissonant, horrible note it can find, like the one that will fit the least in whatever it is that you're playing, and it plays that extra loud so that you can hear you fucked up, buddy. I'm sort of kind of trying to maybe avoid a copyright claim on this particular stream. I don't know if I'm going to do that, but whatever. I love it. Bye. All right, so that's Guitar Freaks on the XG cabinet. Yeah. I feel like this shot can move over a tiny bit. There we go. Is it true Gitadora has a motion sensor inside the guitar? Yes, it is. It is true. Will I play with EMUs? I don't know. I don't... It's not set up. I probably won't have it set up right away. I might figure it out before I'm done streaming Gitadora, so we'll see. It might end up like popping. I might end up going back and doing some afterwards, but we'll see. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So here's the interesting thing. In original GuitarFreaks. So you notice there's a wailing bonus in GuitarFreaks. So there's a particular in this final column here. It will tell you to essentially lift the guitar up, and then you get like a bonus for it. In the original GuitarFreaks, and Termazi, correct me if I'm wrong on this, wasn't it just like a little like a level sensor that it's like that essentially, like, when you tilted it up, what do you call, like a ball rolled to complete the circuit, and it's like, yay, it's vertical now, and then when you tilted it back down, it just kind of like rolled out, or something like that. It was very simple. What I'm getting at is all it could do is just see that you've tilted it up or that you didn't. There is actually a whole accelerometer in this guitar, so it can tell. In fact, here, if you take a look in the so it's basically like your phone, how your phone can tell what's going on, like, is it this way, is it this way, is it like this, is it moving around in space, like, it can actually see all of that. Where is it? Yeah, so you can, I don't know if you can see it quite on the video, but this actually shows the position of the sensor, so it actually can see like how the control or how the guitar is oriented, like in 3D space. I don't know why. I think I've never played XG 1, 2, or 3. My understanding is that it maybe had some different stuff where you would do different types of wailing, like point the guitar down or point the guitar up or lift it up like this or something like that. I've heard that. I've never seen it, so I don't know for sure. But Gitadora, as far as I've ever seen, you just do it. It works like old school GuitarFreaks. You just raise the guitar and that's it. So it doesn't need this complicated of a sensor, but it's there. I don't know what the guitars in the white cabinets have. If they replaced it with something simpler, or if it still has the accelerometer in it. I don't know. I've played on a white cabinet once, I think, maybe twice, but I've never had the opportunity to work on one, so I don't know. I've actually had these guitars like torn all the way apart when I first got the machine. Like, I opened them up and cleaned everything out, and then I had to like go find a bunch of screws because they were both missing tons of screws. Actually, so many screws that like the neck, where the neck connects to the body, you could like jiggle it because it was loose, because like more than half the screws were missing that were supposed to hold that in place. Yeah, it was. This cabinet needed some love when I got it, but it's working 100% now, so cool. In original GuitarFreaks, it was a ball in a tube. Yeah, that's what I thought, because you could actually like hear it rolling around in there when you tilted the guitar. Oh, the accelerometer was added actually in the red cabinets. Neat. I didn't know that. Yeah, I heard it's been snowing in Texas. That's crazy. I know if you get like any snow at all in Texas, it's like shut down. Everything shuts down. But
up here in Indiana, it takes a lot of snow for things to shut down. But as much as they're predicting, it might actually happen. What Bimani game do you feel makes you look the most badass? I don't know. I know I've told the story about like the silliest I've ever felt, which was Marshall Beat. Man, I felt so dumb playing that game. But I don't know. I don't know that like specifically badass. I don't know that any of them make me think badass. Like you know, cool or fun or exciting or energetic. Like those are things that I think of. But like badass, none of the games are really that badass. I guess like Sound Voltex and some of the 2DX have kind of a, you know, like a harder theme that's kind of like, you know, more aggressive, that borders on, that gets toward like the badass end of the scale. But neither one of them has like motions that I think are particularly badass. Again, like cool, but not. I don't know. It's not something I've ever really thought about, I guess. Dance Rush. Yeah, I think you. So if you mean look cool to the public, I feel like probably, I think you're probably on it there for Dance Rush. I would probably say is it. Like it is like a legitimate, like real style of dance. And that cabinet is very attractive and has lots of lights. So yeah, I think as far as like, you know, drawing a crowd and getting people interested who maybe don't know anything about the game, Dance Rush might be it. DDR probably, you know, tied or a very close second. Again, very much, you know, very eye-catching, and there's a lot of, well, I was going to say, there's a lot of motion to it, but the way a lot of people play these days, there isn't a whole lot of motion to it. But, like, it is certainly, it certainly has the potential to be eye-catching and interesting for spectators. Okay. What sound voltex do I have? I have 4. Heavenly Haven. Okay. I would play a game of DrumMania, but I'm not gonna. It doesn't look great in this shot anyway, and whatever. I now that I'm approaching the 2-hour mark and I have done 0 actual work, I want to actually try and get get started on getting things hooked up. So I am going to. I could. Do I want to shut this? Yeah, I should probably shut it down. I'm gonna shut these down for now. And let me grab one more light.
Hey, look at that. Okay. Tools. Those are... Oh. One of these screws is not like the other. Yeah, so there's the screws that attach the pedals to the cabinet body are hex head, Allen screws, whatever you call those, and but there's one here that's a Phillips, so I must have been missing a screw and stuck something else in there, or yeah, I guess that would have been me because I had to connect these because they were not attached to the machine. They came in a separate box. Let me get some tools. Okay, so I did decide. I mentioned this on the last pop-in stream that I wasn't sure if I was going to actually pull the machine away from the wall, because it does take some effort, or if I was going to try and like just reach behind it. But I think I am going to go ahead and pull it away from the wall. Let me move this stack out of the way for a second. I have a little tape mark down here on the floor, you might be able to see, that shows like where it sits, so I can get the angle and position right again when I move it back. Fortunately, it's on wheels, so it moves relatively easily. You can see there's a cable hose here that connects it back to the cabinet. But let me show you. Let me get the camera going again, and I'm going to get a light that I can use back there. But yeah, I was going to show you how close this is to the wall, and why it's such a nightmare to try and
work with it. If man, why does my camera not want to cooperate? There it is. Okay, so moving back behind the machine. I was gonna say, let me know if it starts to cut out, but I can't see the screen from behind the machine anyway, so I guess I won't know. But go ahead and let me know. So I'll at least make a note of it. But yeah, here we go. So you can see, if my camera decides to focus, how little space there is between the wall and the cabinet. It's like 5 or 6 inches maybe. Let's see. Is it gonna? It doesn't want to flip over. So this is upside down, and I'm sorry, but you can see that like there's barely enough room to even plug them in. I've got a little like wall-mounted surge protector there. That's what that block is, and then the 2 cabinets are plugged into it, and you can see like the cables then make an immediate turn down, which of course looks up to you in your frame right now, but I unfortunately had to move turn the camera upside down because the lens on my phone is on one side, so I can't get it far enough in to show that in the correct orientation. I guess you can kind of see it there, like that. But anyway, I have definitely worked on this where I just like, let me see if I can show you real quick, where I just, reach my arm back here and I can, undo the screws and sort of get this door off and like reach in there and do some work. It has been a lot of like mirrors or taking pictures of things or using my the front camera on my phone to kind of see what I'm doing, to like see around the corner here into the machine. And then, if it's really far, you can see that, like, I don't know if you can see that because I can't really see it. Like, I can get like shoulder deep, like armpit deep into this thing. But yeah, there's enough wires that I have to hook up that I don't want to deal with that. It just sounds horrible. So I'll go ahead and make the effort to disconnect or to pull up the levelers and pull the machine out from the wall. But I mentioned on the last stream that most of my cabinets are on wheels, but there are little leg levelers that you can put down. You can see it right there. That raise the cabinet up, and of course when you do that, I don't know if you can see it that great there, but you can see the wheel here is up off the floor because I can like turn it a little bit. But I had to do it on this machine because if you don't put those levelers down to raise the cabinet up, these screw holes for the pedal units don't line up. They basically sit too high, and you can't properly attach the pedals. So I had to set them, and yeah, that means I'll have to take the pedals off to be able to move the cabinet. But I think it'll be worth the effort in the end. Let me get a little stand for this camera real quick.
Man, that is so choppy. I'm sorry. I'm not real sure what the deal is with that, but we'll do the best we can. Got my little mini tripod with a little phone clip here, so we'll get this all managed. That way you can kind of, I'll try and move it around so you can kind of see what I'm doing when I'm working on this stuff. Okay, let me turn that camera back on now that it's should be stable. Hello? There we go. I don't know why it wants to fight me all the time. And I guess while I'm standing here, let me read the chat. No, get those lights off. When you turn off the Gitadora cabinet. When will I get a Dance Rush cabinet? Well, maybe in the future. They, being a current active game in the current cabinet style, they are still very expensive. Like $12,000 to $15,000. So, yeah, that not yet. Does the little knob in the guitar do something? Ah, yes. So on the original GuitarFreaks controllers, the knob actually was the effector selector. That was an unintentional rhyme. But you would turn the knob to choose which effector that you wanted to use. In this cabinet, you use the pedals to choose the effector, and then that knob is basically the extent of the effect. So you can turn it from 0 to 4, I think it is. So the level of the effect. So it's like you can pick echo on one of the pedals, and then you can turn it up to, echo 4, basically. Let's see, what size are these? Are these 4? Haha, good guess. Yeah, I'm not sure why the frame rate is so choppy on this camera. This is just my phone, actually, just broadcasting over the network, and then I'm picking it up in OBS. But I used to. This is actually my phone used to be the main camera in my streams and videos very early on, until I got the G7X Mark III that I use now. but it worked better than this. So I'm not exactly sure why it's so why it's being a butthole right now. And this is this screw right here is the Phillips head one, because reasons. Is that actually number 3? Yeah, okay. My bad. Use the correct tools. You hope to X grade here. Yeah, that's marked on all of these cabinets. I guess that was like the theme of XG. Yeah, it's good. It's good English. Does the effector do anything? Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. It is just like 2DX. It changes the sound, but it is not. It's not graded. It's not scored. It's not required in the game. It's just a thing you can do. So it never appears in the charts to be like, you know, use an effector, turn it up, or anything like that. It just it's just there. All right, so let me see if I can turn this in a way that, well, duh, I can move the camera. I'm an idiot. So you can see, Konami is super good about this in general. Whenever they have wires to connect, you know, some accessory piece or whatever, if that piece can be removed or whatever, they pretty much always provide connectors, so you can just, you know, release it nicely without having to like cut anything or do anything terrible. So yeah, you just unplug those, and now I can move this pedal unit out of the way, and I can just kind of stuff these back in the hole for now, get them out of my way, and let's move on to the other side. Let me see if can I reset this I'm just trying to see if I can fix the frame rate. It's not good. Well, I guess we're just gonna have to live with it. Sorry about that. I mean, I think you can at least tell what I'm doing, even though the frame rate is all jittery. These bottom screws are kind of at a crummy angle, because the handle of the screwdriver is basically touching the pedal base, so I can't turn it very well. I guess it would be helpful. Oh, I guess if I was using like a real Allen key and, you know, could turn it from over here, that would probably be better. That may be what they were thinking. Or if I had a stubby screwdriver. But that means I would have to go get those things. And I don't want to right now, because I have these tools here on me right now. Okay. So same thing over here. Got some wires to disconnect. These you just like squeeze on the little release tab and then pull them apart. The bigger connectors are oftentimes a little bit harder to do because there's so many pins. There's a lot of like friction going on there that holds them together. I'm also at a not terrific angle. Come on, help me out. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm pushing on the wrong side. Yeah, duh. So, you push down on this tab, basically, and that releases it. I was pushing down on the opposite side, which of course is going to do nothing except make me struggle and look stupid. But that's okay. I struggle and look stupid often. I'm used to it. It's okay. Alright. And then for the levelers, the leg levelers, I have this tool. This is a, if you can see the name on it, a clench wrench. This is actually an old Sears Craftsman tool, but it's kind of neat. It works like a it's for hex bolts, but it works like a ratchet. But you know, on like a normal ratchet, you would put the socket on the end of a bolt. But obviously these feet, where they are, let me see if I can get a good shot of it here. They are on the floor, so you can't get onto the end of it. So normally what you would do is you would get like a wrench and put the wrench on it, but then you turn it some, and then you'd have to pull the wrench off and then reposition it and put it back on and turn it again, and that's a pain. So these are kind of cool because you just like hook it on here like this, and then you can turn it, and it has a, like I said, like a ratcheting action, so you just work it back and forth. So like as I'm turning it this way, it's turning the bolt, and then as I turn it back this way, it slips on these teeth so that you're automatically in position again to keep turning it. Okay, now it's loose enough that it should be able to do it with my fingers. So yeah, for any of you arcade owners out there that ever need to set your your levelers, I highly recommend this tool. I don't, like I said, the Craftsman brand is Clench Wrench. I don't know if anybody else makes a similar tool. I would imagine that they do, but even the Craftsman one wasn't terribly expensive, I don't think. Oh man, it is so crazy, like how much of a dent there is in the carpet from that foot. Well, at least it won't be hard for me to find where these go again. So do the same thing over here. Oh yeah, you can actually see the machine lowering a bit there. I'm glad I have carpet, because if I was doing this on a concrete floor, my fingers would be bleeding now.
So that wasn't too terribly bad. Okay. Let me turn that camera off for now. Couldn't really read made in the USA and thought it was made in a country I never heard of. What? Oh, on the clench wrench? Is it made in the USA? Oh yeah, I guess it is. Amazing. That must be how old this one is. I bet these are made in China now. Well, if you will excuse me for just a moment, I actually need to run to the bathroom. Sorry. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Got myself a little more to drink. And gave the cats some water, apparently. They were running low. Alright, so got those feet pulled up. Let me just set that there for now. Oh, by the way, these I've got the these are the marquees that came in my cabinets when I got them. I guess, as far as I can tell,
They did not make a specific Gitadora Tri-Boost re-evolve marquee. So when you... They didn't even do as much as they did with Third Mix Plus DDR. They didn't give you a sticker that says plus. So, like, it just had the Tri-Boost marquees, and even though they had been upgraded to re-evolve. And I've looked around for pictures, even like the official Konami pictures of Tri-Boost re-evolve, it still has the Tri-Boost marquees in it. So I guess that's just what they did. But I recently acquired these like plain Gitadora marquees, and as I've mentioned before, if I can find the quote unquote generic marquees, I like to put them in the machine. That way it's basically always right. No matter what game I'm playing, like, it's still Gitadora. So that way, on Poppin', it's actually not that bad. It's 6 screws, and it's just right there. You can just pop and it's a small marquee, so it's real easy to just like kind of pop it off and put the new one on. This is a giant pain in the butt. It's huge. You gotta take this bar off and take the whole thing out, and it's a whole process that takes, I don't know, some time. It's not that it's hard. It takes a little while, so I don't want to do it. All right. Yeah. Now that those levelers are up, I don't think I set the rear levelers. I'm wrong. I did set the rear levelers. Well, that sucks. That means I'm gonna have to do those too. Oh gosh, is there... Okay, there's not one in the middle. I was like, are there 6 levelers? But no, there's only 4, it looks like. Crap. You know what that means, though? That means I'm gonna have to move the other side speaker too. No wonder I don't do this much, or didn't want to do this. At least this tool makes it easier. That's nice. Well, I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I checked these levelers before I just tried to like move the machine with the feet still set in the back and look like a weakling or something. I'm like, I can't move it. Or it would have been extra embarrassing if I had only done the back and not the front, and then it wouldn't roll, and then I just tipped the whole machine over. That would be sad. Sad times. Alright. Let me, since I'm going to have to move this speaker too, let me mark the position of these also. Just get a piece of gaff tape here. And just mark this corner so it can find its home easily. More easily. The reality, of course, is that these things have been sitting here long enough that there's some significant dents in the carpet that make it relatively easy to find where they go. But I will not turn down some extra help. This is a little bit of a pain. So actually this is not a table. This is actually flash beats. And since it's sitting out in the middle of the floor, you can't really see it. But there's I have a little
Well, why don't I just turn the other camera back on? Yeah, I have this strip to cover the power cable for flash beats so that so you don't trip over it. And that's actually like stuck down to the floor, like with adhesive. So it's gonna make moving this speaker box a little bit more challenging, because I might have to roll over it, but well, we'll see what we can do here. Can I roll it out at enough of an angle, maybe, to miss that strip? I think I might be able to. Yeah, okay, that's good enough for me to be able to get back there at least. I was gonna say too, these speakers, the wheels are kind of like a shopping cart, but then I was like, wait, they're like an American shopping cart in that, a trolley, I think you might call it, in that the front wheels turn, but the back wheels do not. So it makes steering them a little bit tricky sometimes. And the reason I specifically say an American shopping cart is I've been to other countries where the back wheels on the carts turn too. So you could actually, like, you know, move your cart sideways to like get out of somebody's way or whatever. I don't know why we don't do that in America. I guess people are bad cart drivers and they can't push the cart in a straight line and run into things. I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to move this. Come on. Can I hit it up over that hump? Ooh. Not quite, because there's not enough clearance on the seal. Oh, brother. What a nightmare. Maybe I just push it back. Yeah, okay. Because I don't have to push the cabinet out too far. I can probably just push it out at an angle. Yeah, that's fine. That's reasonable. Okay. Whew. I'm just looking at the window that's back there, and oh, now I'm stuck. space is there? Some. Okay, there we go. I'm looking at the window that's back there. It's so cold right now that it's like sweating, so it's really wet. What kind of music is on Gitadora? Is it all rock? Do they have classic Bimani? It's a little bit of everything. It's a pretty good mix of stuff. But it is pretty rock oriented. There are also like Gitadora mixes, so like rock versions of a lot of popular Bimani songs. So there'll be songs that you know, except guitar versions of them, basically. But then there's also a lot of licensed music. It's a pretty good mix, and there's a lot. So it is it's all right. Did I ever play Keyboard Mania? Yes, I did. I had one for a while. If you look way back in my archive videos, there are 3 videos, I think, of when I had GuitarFreaks, DrumMania, Keyboard Mania set up in Super Session, multi-session. So all 3 games linked. Those are historically some of my most popular videos still, as far as like number of views. Although I think for 2 reasons. Number one, there's not very many videos of those cabinets in such a setup, and number 2, they're old. So they've had 10, 12 years to accumulate views at this point. I love it. I love how I have to just reset this camera every time I use it. Alright, so let me see if I can set up a good shot back here. Sorry for a super shaky cam. Okay. And I know it's kind of dark back there, but I've got a light that I'll be using as well for myself to see. I got this little work light. It's nice because it's magnetic, so I can just like stick it on things. How does that look? Can you see? Oh yeah, that looks reasonably decent. So, just gonna. There are actually 3 screw holes for this door, but I only have 1 screw in it. So. Oh well. Okay, let me see if I can position the camera in a, well, let me give you a quick tour here, first of all. So, the actual PC is this box here. Then you've got the amp box over there. What do you need? Power supply down here. Here's where the dongles are plugged in. The security dongles. Let's see.
think this is another power supply box. Here is a little network switch. Actually, I guess this is just a hub. Oh no, it's a switch. And this was actually, I don't know if this is stock from Konami. It came in the machine, but I don't know if the. By the way, I don't know if since I'm behind the machine. Hopefully you can still hear me because I know the microphone is out in front. I'll check the chat here in a minute, so let me know if you can still hear me. But anyway, this network switch was here. I don't know if it was provided by Konami or if it was just left in here from the arcade operator. But it's actually magnetic, so it clicks in there. But this is what you would use to put the machines on the network. I actually have it. So DrumMania is plugged into here. That's this blue cable, gray cable, whatever, blue-gray, green something cable. This black cable just goes right back to the PC here in GuitarFreaks, and then this gray cable goes on out to my network, to the home network. So yeah, that's this machine. And like I was saying, actually the thumbnail picture from for this stream was all of this wiring mess here in GuitarFreaks. Yeah, it's a lot. Okay. Let me come back out here. Do I have A20 Plus for my machine? I don't actually. I have A20, although I've never actually run it. I've played. Ace is the newest DDR that I've played in my machine. Let's see. What would my reaction be if some super popular YouTuber played some Bimani game, and Bimani is suddenly super popular? If Mr. Beast made a challenge video playing a Bimani game. You know, Mr. Beast left a comment on one of my videos at one point. Just randomly. It was just like, hello or something, or cool, or I don't know. It was like a one-word comment. I don't even remember what video it was on anymore. I was just like, well, okay. Fun. Okay, let me see if I can position this. So, were you able to hear me when I was behind the cabinet? I think so. Like, the mic picks up pretty well, I think. I just know that the mic is actually, like, right here. There. I'm pointing. It's behind the monitor that you can't see. But that means if I'm behind the machine, I'm behind this speaker box and everything. So I wasn't sure if you could hear me well, but nobody seems to be complaining, so hopefully that means it was okay.
I'm trying to figure out a good place to put the camera in here so you can see what I'm doing when I start like connecting things. It's awkward.
Okay, what does that look like?
You're sure that Mr. Beast is a fake? Yeah, I don't know. I hadn't checked. It very well may be. All right, there it is. Oh, and you can see like the weird shuttery effect from the from that light that I'm using in the horrible frame rate that camera is apparently giving us. Well,
It is what it is, I guess.
and that's at a horrific angle. But anyway, I know I showed this box on stream a few times ago. I've actually opened it because there were some cables in here for Belinda that she needed. But this was my big monoprice box that has a whole bunch of cables that I was going to use for this setup. Let's see, what was I going to do? I was going to use 2 audio cables. That's not this one, that's a headphone extender. So these 2 audio cables, and I think I need an HDMI cable. Alright. And I need to get my HDMI splitter. And my little mixer. So this is going to be a little bit of adapter hell. But so one thing about these cabinets, both GuitarFreaks and DrumMania, which if you can if I can bring up that camera again. So at the very top here, I'll go back here so I can point at it. Up here, you can actually see there's 2 audio jacks being used. Not just one, because both GuitarFreaks and DrumMania has 2 stereo outputs. So one of them has the background audio, and then the other one has whatever the player is playing. So it keeps them separate all the time. So that's going to make capturing this slightly more challenging because I'll have 2 audio streams to capture instead of just one per game. And my actual the mixer that I normally use for streams only has 2 stereo inputs on it. It has 2 microphone inputs and 2 stereo inputs. So I'm using one of the microphone inputs, obviously, and then I have been using usually just one of the stereo inputs to bring the game audio in. On the streams that I've been doing 2 games with, then I'm using both of the stereo inputs. But in this case, I need 4, which is too many. So I bought this tiny little mixer. This is so cute. Let's see here. This is a little passive 4-channel mixer. It just has the little 1/8 inch, 3.5 millimeter plugs on it, so you can plug 4 sources into it, and then the 5th one is for out. But my plan is to throw all of the audio from the 2 games into the 4 inputs on here, and then the 1 output to my mix board. So it'll come in as one source. I don't know. It should work, and it should be fine for the streams that I'm planning to do right now, where it's just me playing one game at a time. For a session between the 2 games, I don't know what it's going to be like. I don't know how well synced the audio is between the 2 machines. If it's not, it's going to sound pretty awful. And because I'm mixing it all down to 1, I'm not going to have any good way to make adjustments. But we'll burn that bridge when we get to it, I guess. All right. So let's see what we got going on back here. So when I said it's going to be a little bit of adapter hell here, the output of the PC here is DVI, which you can see this port here. Because I used a television instead of a monitor up in the cabinet, it's actually HDMI. So I've got a DVI to HDMI adapter up at the monitor end. I can show the monitor cavity here in a minute. I don't actually need to do anything up there, but I can just show it so people can see it, because I'm guessing that some of you might be interested. But what's going to be interesting here is, so I'm going to pull this DVI cable off. Like DVI and HDMI, it's just a passive adapter to switch between the 2, so it's not like it's a big deal, but it's just, I'm going to have a whole mix of craziness going on back here. I just got this little 1x2
HDMI splitter so that I should be able to. I haven't tested this yet, but I mean, I have used this for the Groove Coaster stream, because it's the only game that I've played on stream so far that uses DVI or like a digital video out. All the rest of them have been either like, you know, old school NTSC television or VGA or, you know, arcade standard res or whatever, but analog, not digital. So hopefully it won't get mad. But these HDMI splitters were super cheap. They were like $10 or $15, I think, each. And obviously I'm going to need 2 of them. DVI splitters were like double or triple that price. So I was like, well, I guess I'll just do it as HDMI and be cheap about it. Cheaper anyway. Is there... Oh, good. There is one extra USB port here that I can plug the the splitter into. It doesn't actually use it for anything, but it's just for power. But it does need power, so good. I can at least do that inside the cabinet and not be too much of a mess. But I'm gonna plug. I have a DVI to HDMI cable here. So my plan is plug this in here. And then this will go to the input side of my splitter. And then, what do I need? I need just a regular HDMI cable. So this will go from the splitter to my capture device. Hopefully it's long enough. This could be interesting. I may have to reposition where the PC is, because I don't think it's going to be long enough to get there right now. So put this in output number 2. So hopefully you can see that. I've just got that plugged in. So this cable is going to go outside, but then I'm going to need a DVI to HDMI adapter so that I can plug the monitor back in. So I'll be able to use the cabinet monitor. And I did not pull that back here with me, so let me go grab it. That was should be in the mono price box that I was getting things out of earlier. But it actually isn't. It's in a previous order that I made, I think. I hope. Looking for it. Found it.
while I'm out from behind here, let me see. Did any Vimani games inspire me? I think the closest would probably be like DrumMania. I don't know that I want to become a drummer, but like it's probably the closest to me wanting to like pursue that skill outside of the game. All right, so I found my adapters here. So this is ridiculous. So I've got this DVI to HDMI little short cable adapter. So I'm going to plug that into this cable, which goes up to the monitor. Did I buy the right side? Yes. Whew. Did I do this correctly? Is this project over already? No. Okay, good. So that turns this back into HDMI, which I can then put back into this splitter. And that, in theory, should work. Yikes. And then I had originally my original plan at some point, because I have a bag full of adapters, I was actually going to do the audio split at the amp side. So I've got a bunch of like RCA splitters and stuff like that. But then because of the way this because of the little baby mixer that I bought is all 1/4 inch plugs, just like the PC, I decided I should split it here instead. So let me go grab those splitters. So I've got these little, hopefully you can see that, these little stereo Y cables. So I'm just gonna plug them in here. And then I've got these just 1/8 inch stereo cables that I can plug into the other half, and that will be my audio out to that little mini mixer, this guy. So that one is probably number 2, so I'll plug it in there. This one will be number 1. And actually, all of these are probably just going to be
maxed out. Like I don't actually need the volume control. I just need to put them together. So I'm just gonna turn them up for now. That's probably reasonable. Let me route these cables out of here. This is the wire spaghetti that I was talking about. Because remember, all of this stuff I'm doing right now, I'm going to end up doing again over on DrumMania. Oh. Sorry, I kind of bumped the camera there. I swear, sorry, that, you put, if you set cables down for like a second, they're already tangled. Ow. I just bonked my head on something. On DrumMania, actually. Oh, that felt good. And by good, I mean not good at all. Terrible. I turned the cabinet back on, trying to see if I at least got picture, but I don't, so I'm trying to figure out what I did wrong.
Well, first, first snag. Do I have a favorite Bimani composer? I don't know. I guess, maybe Course K. Only because I've actually met him and he was nice. How's that? I need... What do I need? I need something. I can't... So I tried to turn the machine on and I didn't get any picture on the monitor, but I'm not sure if it's because I don't have the other cable hooked up to something or not, but I need a little bit longer cable, so I'm actually going to swipe the cable from my monitor here because it's longer than it needs to be, at least right now. And hopefully this cable is long enough to get out of the machine and into a capture device. Yeah, I think it will. Nice. Let me grab a capture device. Ta-da! Oh, I'm gonna need a USB hub. You have the same birthday as Course K. How cool. E3 2010, Naoki Advertising Dance Evolution saying, you can move your body free. Nice. Yeah, I like this version of the GuitarFreaks DrumMania cabinets best myself too, which is why I have them. That sound. Are you talking about the connecting USB sound? They weren't very pleasant? Oh. It means it's working, I thought. I hope. Alright, let's see what we got here. I'm gonna get signal this time? No. Well, this is somewhat disappointing. What am I doing wrong here? When I tap the microphone. Oh. Oh. Probably when the cabinet turned on and the amps make that like popping sound. That must be what it was, because I didn't touch the microphone. It's out of my reach. But you're right, that's not a great sound. But pretty much all the cabinets do it. Like when you turn them off and on, it just like makes that popping sound in the amp. It's gross, but let me look at a picture on my phone real quick, because I'm trying to make sure that I have it plugged into the right place. I'm hoping I'm not like screwed in that like one of these DVI to HDMI adapters only goes one direction. I don't think that's how they work. I thought they were passive, like they're just wires. But I could be wrong. Nope, I've got it plugged into the right place. And the game is running. Because the lights are flashing. You didn't sacrifice enough goats to the gods of Bimani. Yeah. Okay, so it is that popping sound that you were talking about from the amp. Yeah, it's not a great sound. Interesting. So I just plugged the monitor cable directly into the PC again, and now I'm still not getting video. So I think because it didn't come up with the video on, it's not like initialized. Let me see if I connect it, if I let it come up and then connect it after the fact, if it'll work. Which is not a great solution, because I definitely don't want to have to deal with that every time I go to stream this, but right now we're just troubleshooting anything. Can we make it work? Okay, so this should work. There we go. Okay. I was like, if it didn't work, that would certainly explain why it wasn't working. If the monitor wasn't working anyway. Okay, so now that the game is like actually up and running, let me see if I introduce the splitter now, if it will work, or if I crash everything. That could happen too. Well, it's not a good sign. So, apparently, unplugging the monitor even, and then plugging it back in, like, the video signal is lost. Alright. Well... Can I talk about the speaker stacks? I mean, I talked about them a little bit earlier in the stream. So I don't actually know a ton about them. They're... I mean, they're just speakers. There's nothing particularly special about them. The speakers themselves, I mean, they're just speakers, except that they're in their own cabinets instead of, you know, being in the main body.
of the game. As far as I know, I don't think, unlike real stacks, there's no amplifier or anything in this cabinet. It's mostly just like decoration. I believe these are just regular, run with regular speaker wires back to the main cabinet, and running off the amp inside the cabinet, just like all the other games do, DDR, Pop-In, Beatmania, whatever. And actually, like, they don't sound awesome. Like, they're fine, but they're not any, they don't sound any better or any louder than any of the other Bimani games. So there's nothing really special about them. It's just the look. And then each of the speakers has a series of RGB LEDs in the surrounds, so it can light up in essentially any color. And that got mentioned earlier in the stream. Every game has a different like theme color that the speakers light up in during a track mode. So, but as far as like wattage and capabilities of those speakers or anything, I don't actually know off the top of my head. Like I said, they're nothing special though. They're fine. Do they require their own power? I don't think they do. As far as I know, so there's like an umbilical cable that connects the stacks to the main cabinet, but I'm pretty sure that I don't believe that there's any, like I said, there's no amplifier. I don't believe that there's any amplifier in the stack cabinet. So the only power that's going to it is just the regular speaker signal plus for the LEDs. And they definitely don't require like their own power. Like, you don't plug this in separately. There's one cable that connects it to the main cabinet. That's not quite true. It's not like one wire. It's a hose, just like the connector between the DDR cabinet and stage. So there's a bunch of wires inside that hose, but I don't think any of them are power, to my knowledge. I guess I could look real quick. Since we're kind of at a stopping point anyway, let's just take a look. Okay. So you can see there's just like I said, a connecting hose from the cabinet to the stack, and I can pull this real quick, I think. It's been a while since I've been in here, so I don't remember exactly what's in here. Hold on, let me set this down. Make it a little bit easier for myself. So let's see here. Oh, the connectors are down inside. So usually yellow is 12 volt. Usually. Red is 5 volt. There's a big ground wire here. That's normal. I don't think there's any major power going here. I think it's just a bunch of speaker wires and then the control wires for the lights. I mean, there's a fair number of wires in there for sure. Actually, let's take a look at the other side. That might tell me a little bit more. Sorry, there's not a ton of room to work in here. But this is, I think, most likely 12 volt power. And then these are all labeled for speakers. Oh, Belinda's calling me. Give me one moment. I will be right back. Here, I'll let you stare at that.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Let's see. Yes, setting up for future Gitadora streams. Although, I've hit a little bit of a I've hit a bit of a snag here, so we'll see if I can figure it out. Hopefully, will I swap mixes every stream like poppy music? Yeah, probably, or maybe not every stream, but like every few streams. I don't have nearly as many to play over here, so we'll see how it goes. Dope Crack. It's actually not a Molex connector. So Molex is a brand name. These are JST connectors, which is I forget what JST stands for, but it's a Japanese company that makes connectors, electronics parts, stuff like that. Pretty much all of the Konami games use their connectors. Similar to Molex, and some of them may even be compatible, but a lot of them are not. Do the same thing, just different brand. 262 pounds. Did you... Oh, was there a label? Where was the label? Oh, yeah. The stacks are that heavy? Yeah, I don't know. They're on wheels, so I haven't like tried to lift them. But I'm not surprised. They're solid wood cabinets, so they're quite heavy. But I don't think there's much inside. Actually, I don't know that I've done this. Let's take a look. So, I'm sort of giving up for tonight. Like, I don't think I'm... Well, first of all, I've been on for 3.5 hours, which is kind of my sweet spot for like stream length anyway. So I'm ready to give up. But what I can do is let's take a look inside these speakers. Because actually, I'm not sure I've looked in here. Now that I think about it. Where can I set this camera that you can actually see something? Maybe here? Is that stable? Let's hope. Otherwise, my phone is going to fall on the floor. Oh, I'm kind of looking at the wrong part. But we'll start here. Boom. Magnetic light. So handy. But yeah, I don't think I've actually opened this door. If I have, I don't remember. So we'll learn together. Alright, here we go. Yeah, there's a whole lot of nothing in here. So yeah, it's... Looks like there's a
Yeah, I think that's a control board for the lights probably down there in the bottom. This is just a box that, like the inside of that, so there's nothing in there. And then these are just boxes for the speakers. And yeah, it looks like the gray and white wires are the speaker wires, and maybe, or are they for the lights? They might be for the lights. I can't tell. But yeah, I don't see any indication in here of any kind of, there's no power or amplifiers or anything in here that I can see. So yeah, it's just a big fancy box to hold the speakers. That's all it is. And like I said, they sound about the same as all the Bioni games, which is, you know, fine, but nothing remarkable. It is definitely for show. All right. Is the tube metal or plastic? Let me see. It's got like a rubberized plastic coating on it, but it feels very sturdy. I don't know if it's metal, but it feels definitely like rigid. Like I cannot squeeze it at all with my hands. So it's rigid like the DDR umbilical hose, and not flimsy like the Pump It Up one. Am I trying to link the cabs or untangling cables for something else? Well, right now I'm just trying to get, like, the cabinets are already linked, so there's nothing. There was nothing to do in that regard. I was just trying to get the video signal out to my capture device, but that doesn't seem to be working. So I got to figure that out in the future, in the later. What about the upper access panel? There's nothing. There's nothing there. It is just a control. There's just another little like board that runs the lights that are up here. There's some LED lighting up in the top section as well. So that's all there is there. It's just a flat board. It's got a couple plugs in it, and that has LEDs on it to light this top part up. So nothing much there. And tempo, we actually talked about this earlier in the stream. These knobs don't do anything. They're just decoration. Like, you can spin them all the way around. They're not connected to anything. They're just there to look like, to make it look like stacks. Like I said, these are definitely just for show. They are not real stacks in a like band music stage production sort of way at all. You would not be able to use these for a show. They're just a cabinet accessory for this particular cabinet to make it look big and cool.
Thanks for looking inside. You live for this. Okay, no problem. I like, that was the whole thought behind this stream, was just, this is pretty much what I always do prior to a stream, is, just got to get inside the machine and hook things up, and so that I can, do the captures and get the, get some clean audio and all that kind of good stuff. But I figured it always ends up being a multi-hour process anyway. So I was like, well, why don't I just invite the invite my streaming audience in, so you can kind of see it and ask any questions that you might have. And I know a lot of people don't. Most people, I would assume, don't ever get a chance to see what's inside these cabinets, and you might be curious. So, plus, one of the whole reasons I'm streaming is to try and document things. Not in a. I mean, it would be nice if I was actually like really documenting it and like taking notes and getting very technical. In many cases, I actually don't know what everything's doing anyway, so I'm probably not the best person for that to begin with. But as far as documenting just in there is at least a picture or video of the thing that someone can reference if they need to or are curious. So I can at least do that much. So that's kind of the goal behind all of this. You love how it looks super hard and fat, but the inside speakers are super tiny. Did I get the reference? Is the reference the hard and fat? Is that a Beatmania reference? Or am I missing something else? And you love my shirt. What am I wearing? Oh, where did this one come from? I have a bunch of NASA shirts, actually. I have like three or four t-shirts really, and like a button down, like a short sleeve button down. I don't know, I like them. I'm trying to remember where this particular one came from, because I know one of my NASA shirts, I was here's a dumb story, right? And for you Americans in the audience, you will most likely appreciate this, right? For the non-Americans, you'll be like, I don't know what you're talking about, and that's fine. But I know at least one of my NASA shirts came from Kohl's, because I was buying some stuff from Kohl's, and I was like, $5 away from the next $50 to get the next, $10 Kohl's Cash certificate or whatever. And so I was like, what can I buy that's, $5 or something really cheap? And I was like, t-shirts on sale, NASA, cool. Oh, this one looks good, buy. Add to cart. So yeah, that's what happened there. I don't remember if it was this particular t-shirt. It might have been, but definitely one of my NASA shirts was that, where it was just like I was using it to pad an order to get to the next level, which I'm sure is their whole plan. It's like, we want you to buy more, so we'll give you this thing if you buy some more. You sent me some texts. Oh. Let me look. I don't know what's going to be useful at this point. Yeah. I was wondering if this might be an EDID problem. I don't know. Can we disable it? But that's going to be another. I did have similar issues with Groove Coaster. Not quite like this. Like, I obviously got it to work, but it was fussy. It didn't. It definitely needed to be a certain way, and then don't touch it, or it just would stop working. But I don't know. I am going to give up for tonight, though, and just sort of wrap this up. I don't know if any of you have any like last minute questions that you like. If you want to see something that I can point my camera at, I can do that real quick. But I'm gonna give up on trying to figure this out, at least for tonight. Lahe with all of the Bimani references and puns. Excellent. Thanks for satiating my curiosity. You are welcome. No problem, really. I don't know. I know I tend to get curious about like what's in these machines, so if any of you all are as well, I am more than happy to share what little knowledge, but what significant access I have to them. How long did it take you to untangle the guitar straps, assuming you did that? It wasn't that hard, actually. So they're nice in that they aren't like real guitar straps where you can just like, you know, pull it off, because obviously you don't want that. But they have it on a ooh, this is actually getting a little bit loose. Maybe I'm not remembering how that works. But anyway, where they spin freely on here. So if they do get twisted, you can actually just give it a spin. It's not that bad to get them undone. But yeah. But yes, they're always getting twisted and tangled on stuff. I do like this. I do like the umbilical that they used on this compared to original GuitarFreaks. Like, it's just this one pretty flexible rubberized hose that contains all the wires in it, and it's lighter but still very sturdy, and because it's flexible, like, you can move around pretty well. It could be maybe a little bit longer, although I totally understand why they didn't make it any longer. Original GuitarFreaks, shoot, what did it have?
it had a hose, but it was a lot stiffer, and then there was an extra chain too that like held the guitar to the cabinet. Presumably that could be stronger, and I think the chain was slightly shorter, so that if you like tugged on it, you'd be tugging on the chain and not the actual wiring hose. But I think they made this one stronger. I imagine if this were designed for American arcades, this probably would not pass muster. But in Japan, this is plenty good. Yeah. I've mentioned this before. I don't particularly care for the original GuitarFreaks controllers at all, because they're super heavy and the neck is really thick and it's square. It's uncomfortable. That game, it makes my wrist hurt to play it. It hurts my wrists, hurts my neck because it's so heavy, and it just It was one of the reasons why I never got into GuitarFreaks before, was because it was just so uncomfortable to play that I could never get over that enough to really like get into the game and enjoy it. But since I've had this cabinet with this style guitar, which is much lighter and a little bit more ergonomic, you know, a lot easier to hold and use, I've actually started enjoying GuitarFreaks as a game. I'm still pretty terrible at it, but I at least have fun with it nowadays. So, all right. Hated the original GuitarFreaks because you couldn't move too far back. Yeah, these, like I said, there's still not a ton of room, but it's decent. Like, you can get pretty far away from the cabinet. I don't know. They definitely they definitely like examined what they had done on the original cabinet, DrumMania 2, and were like, we should fix these things. So I'll give them credit for that. They at least like made things better. I don't think anything on here is like worse. And even the white cabinets, they're pretty well done. I think they're kind of boring to look at, but like they're reasonably well built and they're like designed well. They play as well as these. They're just not quite as fancy because they don't have giant stacks and tons of lights. but they're nice enough. But you also don't need, 14 feet of space. Curious if you could actually install V-Series hardware on Gitadora cab. I don't know. I would not be surprised either way. I would not be surprised if it worked, and I would not be surprised if it did not work. The only reason I say that is, and Termazi, you can remind me on this. What was it? XG was the same as V8 or V7? Like, there was overlap. I think, like, XG was the same as V7, and XG2 was the same as V8. So, software-wise, pretty similar. Now, whether they use the same connectors or not, I don't know, because I've not actually... well, I guess that's not true. I did have a... and when you say V-Series, there's two different ones there, because like V through V3 was one system, and then V4 through V8 was a different system. 1 through 3 being Python 2, 4 through 8 being PC. I did have a V8 cabinet, but it had been converted, so I don't know what the red cabinets may have come as, if they were the same. I'm thinking out loud here. DDR, for instance, if you have an original like first gen cabinet and then you installed Supernova into it, they gave you this whole like adapter harness to make that work. But if you bought a quote unquote native Supernova cabinet, like it didn't need that because it would just plug right in to the existing wiring. At least I think that's how it worked. I haven't actually. I've only been in one like dedicated Supernova cabinet, so it's hard for me to. I'm not remembering exactly, but I do know it is that way for like my U-Beat is that way. The I forget what version. Saucer maybe, I can't remember exactly which one, but they did a hardware refresh and mine has an adapter to adapt it to the old cabinet to just plug it right in. Pop-in is the same way. So, but if you bought it as the newer one, I bet that adapter isn't there because it just mates up to the wiring as it is. How did I have space for this? Yeah, if you watch the very beginning of this stream, I actually talked about. I actually told that story. It barely fits, and you can I showed it early on in the stream how there's like a fraction of an inch, like mere millimeters of clearance, height clearance underneath this from the bulkhead here to the top of this stack, and also the marquee box on there. And Termazi, okay, so you're and Sakamoto, you're both confirming XG was V7, same as V7. XG2 is same as V8. So, I don't know. I don't know if you could just drop in like the V8 hardware and get it to run on this cabinet. Like I said, I would neither be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised either way. I wouldn't be surprised if it just worked. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't work. But if it didn't work, I would guess that adapting it to work likely would not be all that difficult. It would probably just be some wiring adapters, honestly. And I bet the rest of it is probably the same. That's just a guess. That is not a fact. But it is an educated guess. Based on my experience with other Bimani games. As they've lived their upgrade cycles. Alright, well, we are at the 4-hour mark. So, this has been a longer stream, although the first hour of it was just me talking, so I guess I can't be that surprised that that it turned out this way. Doing this live, this hookup live, it definitely didn't make it any faster, but it did make it more fun.
certainly nice to have people to talk to, even if it is only through chat. And y'all asked some good questions, and like I said, I'm more than happy to show the insides and give you all kind of a behind the scenes look at what's going on back here. I am going to shut this off for tonight, though, and I will kind of regroup and try and figure out what I can do to make this work. I guess I didn't test the audio yet. I'm more confident that that'll be okay. The video, I anticipated that I might have a problem. I didn't think it was going to be quite like this, but it is what it is, I guess. So it'll just be a new problem to overcome. So feel I learn a little bit more every stream I do, but hopefully the quality of them has improved over time as well. So anyway, thanks for dropping by, chatting, keeping me company, asking some great questions. Hope you found this somewhat interesting. I know it was a lot of dead air and a lot of staring at wires mostly, but I know these are things that a lot of people have some curiosity about, but rarely have access to. Oh, one last thing I can show you, just for fun. Let me pull the back door off of the monitor compartment, and I can show you this like crazy thing that I did to make a TV work in here. Need a shorter screwdriver. More big ass doors. This thing weighs quite a lot all by itself. Big old hunk of wood. Oh. I'm like, where's my phone? Lie. Oh good, you didn't actually leave yet. I'm glad. Okay. So let's go back here, and you can see there's actually this compartment is actually fairly large, because it's at an angle. It holds the screen at an angle, so there's actually like a decent amount of space behind it. These angled metal like stands or whatever you want to call them, those are original to the cabinet, but then it just screwed in. These screws would go into like cross beams on the original monitor, but because that monitor was dead, I just took, you can see kind of the back of it there, not a ton, but I just took a same size television, a 37-inch television, and decased it. So took all the plastic off of it, basically, the shell, and fortunately, it still had, you know, like, it had the VESA mounts on it, like you would use to hang it on a wall. So I got like a VESA adapter plate, and what I ended up doing was I cut myself this board so that I could screw the adapter plate through the board into the mounting points on the monitor, the remaining mounting points on the monitor for the TV, and basically I made it work. I think but it is not the prettiest thing, but it got the job done. It was a lot of relatively precise measurement, though, to get everything to line up properly. And because you can see how it's like the actual screen part of the monitor. This black part there that you can see is actually the back of the glass, and you can see how close the screen is to the glass. But that's how that ended up. In DrumMania, which I don't know if I'm going to end up showing that or not. Obviously not tonight, but later. This whole cavity, this whole compartment is so much smaller because the monitor is straight up and down, so there's no like space behind the monitor at all. It's very, very thin, and actually the clearance of the height clearance is smaller too. On DrumMania, these metal ears that you can see there, those screw holes were what held the plastic shell onto the display in the original television. I had to actually cut those ears off on DrumMania to get it to fit. So I had a Dremel with a little cut-off wheel and just cut those things off. Sparks flew and everything. It was great. But anyway, oh, and you can see there's the cable that comes up from the PC. This is the original cable that was in there from what do you call, from Konami, and then I have it plugged into a DVI to HDMI adapter, and it's actually plugged into the side HDMI port of the TV because it was more accessible than the back one, which is covered up by all this wood here. And similarly, I made myself a power connector to go to the because this of course would have been mounted in the shell of the TV, but it is just kind of hanging out back here. So anyway, that's that. Not real exciting, but something to show. It meant I got to use the table saw. It's always interesting when I get to use power tools on on games. Not directly, obviously, but indirectly. It just seems crazy, you know. It's like
need to repair arcade game or do something. Let's get out a table saw. Let's get out a miter saw. Let's get out a drill press. I think the most interesting one was one machine required welding as a repair. I didn't do the welding myself. I have a friend that does welding, and he did that for me. But still, it's just like, okay, it seems like a lot for an arcade game, right? Okay. Well, so we did that. That, I think, will be the end. For now. Power tools are fun. They are indeed. But anyway, okay. So, thanks again, everyone who joined in and did all the things. I appreciate your company. Sorry I didn't get a little bit farther tonight, but I will work on this again in the coming days. I don't know if I'll stream it necessarily. I might, but hopefully we'll hopefully we'll be able to figure some things out and actually, get it to work. But until then, I will see you all next time. Bye. Good night.